Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Call this meeting to order. It's good to see the attendance today, knowing that this is my last day chairing, so I thank you very much for your support. As you can tell, I work in a very hostile environment, but it is great to be able to welcome everybody. Today is Wednesday, November the 26th, 2025. The region of Durham exists on lands that the Mississauga, the Anishinaabe, inhabited for thousands of years prior to the European colonization. These lands are the traditional and treaty territories of the nations covered under the Williams Treaty, including the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation, Hiawatha First Nation, Curve Lake First Nation, and the Chippewa Nation of Georgina Island and Beausoleil and Rama. We honor, recognize, and respect the Indigenous people as right holders and stewards of the lands and waters on which we have the privilege to live. In our efforts towards reconciliation, we continue to build and strengthen our relationship with First Nations, as well as the large Métis communities and growing Inuit communities here in Durham Region. We commit to learning from the Indigenous values and knowledge, building opportunities for collaboration and recognition that we are all connected. So good morning, everyone. I'd ask those that can, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Please have a seat. So good morning, everyone. Great to be able to join you this morning. This morning, by the way, Commissioner Taylor, this is your last council meeting, and we thank you for your service. I know that there will be many accolades that will be coming in December, but we wanted to take this opportunity not only to be able to help us through the budget process, but thank you for the many years of service, not only to the region of Durham, but your previous roles in the region. And I'm wondering if we could take this opportunity to say thank you for your service. I have a note here from all the mayors, if you could send them more money, it says. So if you could look after that before the end of the meeting, I'd greatly appreciate it. But we wish you all the best in the next chapter of your life. So thank you for your service. Mr. Clerk, first of all, good morning, sir. Can we do a roll call, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
We have quorum, so thank you very much. Declarations of pecuniary interest that needs to be noted at this time. Mr. Clerk, seeing none at this particular time, just a reminder as we go through the agenda, if you find that you have a declaration, please just let us know so the clerk can make note, and then we'll ask you for the appropriate paperwork there. Adoption of the minutes, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. Councilor Marin Pietri, move it. Seconded by Councilor Anderson. Any opposition in regards to those minutes? Seeing none, thank you. We have a presentation this morning. Anthony DiPietro, the Director of Health Protection, the Friends of Health Awards. I'm going to ask Mayor Roy and Dr. Kyle if you'll come forward, please. And good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm doing well.
Is this your crew behind you?
Yes, I have some entourage. Right?
Your entourage.
Yes,
Well, it's
right.
good to have you here this morning. I'm going to pass the podium over to you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Well, good morning, members of Regional Council. My name is Anthony DiPietro, and I serve as the Director of the Health Protection Division for the Durham Region Health Department. It's an honor to represent the Health Department and stand before you today to announce and celebrate this year's Friend of Health Award, an opportunity to recognize partners who have made outstanding contributions to public health in Durham Region. These awards embody collaboration, compassion, and a shared commitment improving the health and well-being of our community. The Friend of Health Award honors external partners who work alongside us to deliver essential programs and services. Their efforts strengthen our ability to protect and promote health across the region and exemplify the values of partnership and service that define our work. Nominations come from our frontline staff and managers, the individuals who work closely with these partners and witness their impact firsthand. Their insight ensures we celebrate true champions of public health. So today we are honoring 12 recipients representing 9 organizations. So I will ask when I call the recipient's name to please make their way to the front of the room to receive their award and for a photo. And at the end, we'll be doing a group photo so that we will be able to share with our colleagues in our local newsletter. So the first recipient goes to West Lynn Public School Community Council and Team, nominated by Megan Green. And accepting on behalf of the School Community Council is Chris Haydu. Please come on up. This team goes above and beyond to create a safe, welcoming environment for students. Their commitment to health initiatives and inclusivity strengthens public health in their school community. They consistently open doors for collaboration, ensuring health messaging such as mental health, substance use, and infectious diseases prevention reaches every student and family. Congratulations. Our next award recipient is Jeannie Saka with Lakeridge Health Ajax Pickering Ambulatory Care Unit, nominated by Brooke Dunn and the Infectious Diseases Nursing Team. Jeannie is a vital link between the tuberculosis clinic and the public health, ensuring timely assessments and coordinated care. Her responsiveness and advocacy improve outcomes for clients facing complex challenges. Jeannie's compassion and professionalism make her a trusted partner in managing tuberculosis care. Congratulations, Jeannie. Our next award recipient is James Dio with Durham Community Health Center, nominated by Michelina Del Casale. James and his team addressed health equity by providing free birth certificate clinics to priority schools, helping families regain access to essential services and reducing systemic barriers. This initiative saved families money and opened doors to critical health and social supports. Congratulations, James. Our next award recipient is for Sarah Katab with Donald A. Wilson Secondary School, nominated by Megan Green. As vice principal, Sarah has championed mental health and bullying prevention through collaborative initiatives with the health department. Her leadership fosters a safe and inclusive school environment. Sarah's efforts ensure students feel heard and supported, creating a culture of trust and wellness. Congratulations, Sarah. Our next award recipient is Jennifer Wynn with Durham Region Social Services, nominated by Samantha Nichols. Jennifer advocates for women at risk of human trafficking, bridging social services and medical care through the Monday Night Project. Her leadership ensures vulnerable clients receive holistic support. Jennifer's work demonstrates how integrated care can transform lives. Congratulations, Jennifer. Our next award recipient is the Lake Ridge Health IPAC Hub with Lake Ridge Health, nominated by Jolene Chu, Shannon Gainey, Jasmine Bond, and Marina Lee. And accepting on behalf of the Lake Ridge Health IPAC Hub is Michelle Alexander, Grant Johnson, Annette Down, and Bob Brockbrun. The IPAC Hub strengthens infection prevention and control across congregate living settings. Their expertise and proactive engagement make them indispensable champions of public health. They provide mentorship and resources that elevate infection control standards across the region. Congratulations to the Lake Ridge Health IPAC Hub team. Our next award recipient is Jennifer Johnson, Tina Cole, Carter Sin with Durham Regional Cancer Center at Lake Ridge Health, nominated by Zareen Butt. This team delivered Indigenous cultural safety training to over 200 staff, supporting equity and relationship building with Indigenous communities. Their work has a transformative impact on public health. By sharing knowledge and lived experience, they foster understanding and cultural respect. Congratulations, Jennifer, Tina, and Carter. Our last two organizations, the award recipients, are unfortunately unable to join us today, and we honor them in their absence. Darren Nagy, Licensing Administrator of City of Oshawa, nominated by Isha Kerr. Darren works closely with our public health inspectors to ensure food safety at Oshawa's many festivals and events. His proactive approach and collaborative help prevent foodborne illness and protect our community. Darren's commitment ensures every vendor meets high standards, making large public events safer for all. And congratulations to Darren. And our next award recipient in their absence is, last but not least, Esther Veens and Beth Grove with Sunrise Pregnancy and Family Support Services, nominated by Lori McLean. Esther and Beth empower families through perinatal and early childhood programs, partnering with us on initiatives like Food for Thought. Their dedication builds community capacity and positive health outcomes. They provide practical, compassionate support that strengthens family resilience. And congratulations to Esther and Beth. So, congratulations to all the recipients, and thank you to our nominators. Your partnership strengthened our public health efforts and enriched the lives of those we serve. You're all true friends of health. So now, before you sit down, I was just hoping that we take a group photo of all the recipients. I apologize. And thank you. So I invite everyone to come down, and our recipients, the award recipients, to come to the front, and we can have a group photo. And thank you.
Anthony, thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to recognize such strong partnerships throughout the region of Durham, doing incredible work. And I think it shows by the applause today that our communities are grateful for their service each and every day. Continue the strong leadership in our community, and we thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, y'all don't have to leave, you know that, eh? You can stay here all day. Sure. Okay, folks, we're going to move on. I need a motion to change the order of business to hear a delegation under 6.1. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Chapman, second by Councillor Cook. Any opposition in regards to it? Being none, I would like to call Jolene Vanderwagen. Joelle Vanderwagen, sorry. You're a Durham resident. You'd like to make a presentation, please come forward. Just to let you know, we thank you very much for being here today. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation. A clock will appear on your screen there. And when you're comfortable, if you'd like to proceed. So good morning.
Okay, by the way, that was wonderful.
Yeah,
And
it was.
good morning, councillors. Thank you for your work. And this may take as many as 7 minutes. Is that okay? We'll see.
5 is what you got.
Well,
5 is what you got. So let's try and see how we do, okay? Thank
Okay.
you.
so I'm speaking to the next item on the agenda regarding Metrolinx's presentation about the GO Train extension. And it's listed as a confidential report. And that's worrisome when it comes to Metrolinx because they're very opaque, whether it's their board meetings or accountability for their projects. Okay, let's be clear. Metrolinx is not a transit agency. No, it's a business organization. It was originally created as the Greater Toronto Transportation Authority, meant to coordinate regional transit planning, but it actually was created by the McGuinty government with both Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario in order to implement P3s, public-private partnerships, which privatize not just the construction, but also the management and financing of infrastructure projects. Okay, so this has meant, in practice, that outside parties have replaced municipal engineering departments, such as the TTC, which was one of the best, and that was decimated. Okay, here's the example is in the spring of 2012, I attended a TTC commission meeting, and there they announced that Metrolinx was taking over the Eglinton Light Rail project to privatize it. Now, the Chief Capital Officer made a presentation about why that was not a good idea, but nevertheless, they proceeded. Now, all the work that the TTC had done, they had created a special department to carry out the detailed plans for the Eglinton RT. But eventually, that was all lost. Taxpayers' money down the drain. So Metrolinx finalized a complicated contract with the Crosslinks Consortium, and then it was hands off. And as we can see, 13 years later, it's still not finished, and there's no accountability to the politicians and public. Now, let's fast forward to Oshawa, where there's a transit-oriented community on the empty site south of Canadian CP line on First Avenue and Howard. Now, that's wonderful. All development should be transit-oriented. But Metrolinx's current proposal is to serve this community with a GO Train station. Now, is that really the way to serve a transit-oriented community where you're going to have a whole variety of people, homemakers, college students, retirees that need to get to places in Oshawa and Durham? A GO Train is long distance. It's only going to take the people who happen to work downtown. That's all it will serve. So a Durham transit-oriented community needs to be a Durham transit hub with direct bus service to a GO Train. Hopefully, a new station at Bloor and Simcoe. Now, GO Trains are heavy rail, the heaviest of heavy rail. 12-car, double-decker behemoths pulled by diesel engines, slow to stop and slow to start. They're meant for long-distance regional trips on relatively straight tracks with stations at least 3 kilometers apart. They're not the right technology to serve a transit arrangement that is planned within the urban fabric. So, okay, I'm going to skip some things here that you'll see in your written submission. Okay, so instead, the GO train extension to Bowmanville should head directly east next to the CN tracks with 3 new stations at Bloor Simcoe, Cordis, and Bowmanville. With any luck, these new tracks might be finished within our lifetime.
Mr. Van der Wagen?
Yes.
Your time has expired. I'm looking for a 2-minute extension moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Cook. Any opposition in regards to the 2-minute extension? Seeing none, we're going to give you an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as will be noted, a GO train station requires ample parking, taxi lanes, drop-off lanes, and plenty of bus space for local transit. That's not something that can be tucked into a transit-oriented community. That's not even on a main arterial road. So the current plan, which takes the GO train north and then east through the urban fabric, is going to cause a mess. Expropriated power lines, bridges rebuilt, new track beds, and closing down north-south roads in Oshawa. Based on past experience, we can predict it's not going to be completed and make a mess in the meantime. If Metrolinx's P3 consortium can't carry out a relatively simple light rail project in Eglinton, how are they going to deal with the complexities of this plan? So please, councillors, do not be intimidated by Metrolinx. Instruct them to choose the simpler option of taking the GO train directly east. Meanwhile, serve the transit-oriented community with Durham Transit and a link to the GO train. By the way, I know all about transit-oriented communities. In 1991, I served on the Provincial Advisory Committee for the Transit Supportive Guidelines. I helped write them. Okay, thank you. I am available for further discussion with the council or individuals. Please contact me. Thank you.
Mr. Van der Wagen, thank you very much for your delegation this morning. We greatly appreciate it. Questions to the delegate? Seeing none, we thank you very much, and thank you for submitting your correspondence. We greatly appreciate it.
Good.
Thank you. So I need a motion to, I need a motion to change the order of business to address items 5.2 and 8.1. Can I have a mover on that, please? Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Marion Pietri. Any opposition in regards to that? I need a motion. Oh, my apologies. Good morning, Councillor Nicholson. How are you this morning, sir?
I'm fine, Mr. Acting Chair, or Mr. Mayor, or whatever title you're using today.
Hey, you.
Grand Poobah, or whatever.
Oh, I like that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I have a concern I'd like to raise. We've received a request from Metrolinx to make a confidential presentation.
Yes.
And as part of that presentation, members of council have been sent a package of information.
Yes.
I'm willing to inquire of Metrolinx, what in the package of information is confidential?
So if you allow me, I'd like to go to Mr. Hunt to ask why this is a confidential item. I believe it's because the region has entered into an NDA. But Mr. Hunt, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this morning, sir?
I'm excellent.
So that's good to hear. We need an excellent answer for Councillor Nicholson, please.
I'll do my best. So yes, there are two reasons. There is a general provision under MFIPA, the Freedom of Information Act, which controls municipal information, that third-party information that's supplied in confidence is kept in confidence. There's also a newer and more specific provision that the province enacted under both MFIPA and under the Municipal Act closed meeting sections, which protects the confidential information of provincial agencies like Metrolinx. The region has been required to sign a non-disclosure agreement with Metrolinx in 2021 that specifically relates to the subject matter of this report. And under the provisions of those two acts, we are both permitted and also required under the terms of the NDA to maintain the confidence of the information that's been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Councillor Nicholson, sir?
Yeah, and I thank Mr. Hunt for that information. What I'm having trouble understanding, and having read the draft presentation that was sent to us, I don't see any third-party information in that document. What I see is a schedule of activity and an impact on that activity. But there is nothing in the document that could be described as proprietary, could impact property values adjacent to the designated site. It is simply an update on what Metrolinx is thinking of doing regarding the provision of services into the future. I have thousands of constituents who live and work and run businesses adjacent to the designated site. And I get calls on a regular basis from them asking what is happening. Before this presentation, I could say I don't know because they haven't told me.
Yes.
Now they've told me.
Yes.
And what they're requiring of me is that I not tell my constituents.
At this time, I believe.
So my question again is either directly to yourself as chair or to the representatives of Metrolinx. Why must I mislead my constituents by not telling them what I've been told?
So one is, I don't believe anyone is asking you to mislead anyone. I think that the information that is coming forward today is an information presentation. There is a report that is also requiring us to enter into in regards to works that's necessary. But Mr. Hunt, will councillors be able to have the opportunity after this to be able to communicate to their constituents in regards to the activities that are being presented to us on this day?
I will note that there is some information that's provided confidentially, which addresses the issue of the planned communication plan.
Yes.
I think it's likely, although outside of my scope, but maybe the works folks can answer, that aside from the confidential information that might be discussed, there will be a normal sort of construction plan for this, and those always include communications plans. We're very familiar with the region's communications plan to local residents. I expect that the same would happen with respect to this Metrolinx project. And finally, I do believe it would be appropriate for members, if this is a concern, to provide a specific direction to staff to work with Metrolinx on an acceptable planned, consistent with the region's practice on construction projects of this nature, to communicate with local residents.
I think that's an important point. Mr. Jagannathi, do you want to add anything in regards to Mr. Hunt's response and the concern of Councillor Nicholson, please, sir? Good morning.
Good morning, Acting Chair. I'll have to wait for Metrolinx to clarify, but I believe it's a matter of day, if not days, before this. They intend to make it public.
Okay.
They just want to get some communication out in the chambers here, and to
Yes.
get some input. And based on the input, I believe it's a matter of day, if not days, and they can clarify when they present this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. In the document we have, and I'm parsing my words very carefully because I don't want to breach the NDA.
Yeah, please don't.
One of the documents refers to a number of discussions that have occurred with the local municipality in the region regarding the document. I'm a member of the Works Committee.
Yes.
I've never seen any of this brought before the Works Committee. But I have the Commissioner of Works signing a report
Yeah.
advocating a course of action that's never gone before the committee. It's also marked confidential. How does a member of council have input into the process, even simply as to offer information regarding the neighborhoods that they represent, if there's no ability at any point of the process to have discussion. I mean, all 28 of us were elected to represent our constituents. We all do it honorably and under our oath of office. We all would like to have the opportunity to offer input into a decision. What we're being told today, and I say this respectfully, is that we're being directed. We're being told this is what's going to happen. You've had no input into it. And your role as a councillor is simply to pass on the decision of a body that's not asked our opinion as an entity or as individual councillors representing our communities. Respectfully, I find that a very difficult process. Like I said, I get calls regularly from homeowners, from people who use transit, from people who have businesses in the designated area, wondering how are they going to be impacted? And what can they do to offer their impacts to the deciding body before the decision is made? What we have here is you're not being asked, you're being told. And we as councillors are not being asked, we're being told. And I just find that a very improper process.
Okay.
And I want to get on record as saying that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mayor Pietri.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning, sir. Just in regards to the motions themselves, I believe have been moved. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? Yeah. And so is there a concern?
Yeah, the concern similar to Councillor Nicholson, and I know that you share some of the concern as well as other council members that we collaborate with closely, whether at the city or throughout the region. I think it's important for us to recognize that if through you to our solicitor, if there is a lead time to communicating some of the information, that we are really sensitive about how it's done because the impacts aren't indifferent. So I do want to say through you, Chair, that the consultation process, obviously in camera, is going to be one that I hope allows for alternative, considerations as a result of the communicated impacts to us as council members. So in turn, through you, Mr. Chair, to the solicitor, if any announcement's going to happen and it's imminent, according to the commissioner, I hope that's not the case because we've got some discussion to undertake in camera. If that's
Right. So we're looking forward to the presentation.
Yeah.
In camera. What I can tell you is that what I've heard in the last 24 hours about a very aggressive communication plan to make sure that everybody is clear and concise in regards to what's transpired. So that's what I understand at this time. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, we need a motion to go into closed. Mayor Foster, sorry about that. Mayor Foster, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. And Mr. Chair, thank you. You made my point for me that we are about to hear a presentation,
Yes.
be able to ask questions.
Yes.
Be able to ask and make recommendations on communications plans. I appreciate how disruptive this is going to be, particularly for Oshawa. On the other hand, I think some kudos after decades of talking about a GO train expansion. We are seeing some tangible movement forward. So, yes, there are going to be challenges, there are going to be disruptions, but I want to make a point of thanking Metrolinx and all of those folks for the work. Chair Henry, I think, is watching.
Yes.
That train is coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, I don't think it should be in camera, so I'll ask for a recorded vote.
That's fine. We'll have a recorded vote in regards to going into closed session, Mr. Clerk. It's been moved and seconded. We need a motion to go into closed.
We need a motion, item 8.1 on the floor, and then
Yeah.
a motion to go.
Okay, so I need a motion to put 8.1 on the floor, please. So moved. Moved by Councillor Mayor Pietri, seconded by Councillor Kerr. Opposition? Seeing none. Need a motion to go into closed. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? Need a motion to go into closed. Councillor Mulcahy, Councillor Kerr, thank you very much. Any opposition in regards to going into
Recorded
closed?
vote.
Recorded vote. Thank you very much. Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Lee, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Just procedurally,
Yeah.
what happens if this vote loses? So what happens if this council decides this should be an open session but our solicitor's saying that it should be in closed session. I'm just wondering, what are the ramifications afterwards? Because that seems pretty important.
It's an interesting question. I'm going to presume that the presentation wouldn't proceed, but Mr. Clerk, am I correct in that interpretation?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the relevant section is subsection H under the closed meeting provisions. That's not a mandatory section. It states it's a may in the legislation. If council did not pass the motion to go into closed session, obviously we wouldn't go into closed session, but Metrolinx may choose not to deliver their presentation today. That would be their decision.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we've been asked for a recorded vote in regards to going into closed session. Sir? Point of order has been brought forward by Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, your point is, please.
A statement's just been made that the Metrolinx would not present. And my question is, anybody contacted Metrolinx to indicate if council wishes this to be done in open session, they would either elect not to present or would present in open session? Are we getting an ultimatum, or is it possible if council votes not to go in camera, that the presentation will continue in open session?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is a decision that Metrolinx would have to make after the outcome
Thank
of the
you.
vote.
But they're here.
That's fair.
Are they not available to us right
I think
now?
they're online, sir. I think they're online.
Can we ask them their position?
I think what we have to do is take the vote first. I've called for the vote, and I've called for a recorded vote on it. So I think we've got to deal with that. So, Mr. Clerk, recorded vote to go into closed session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote to go into closed session is starting now.
That carries. So please be advised that council committee will now meet in closed session in accordance with subsection 239(2) of the Municipal Act to consider under H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the region, corporation by Canada, province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them. So that's the reason why we're going into closed session. We'll need to clear the gallery in regards to those that need to exit. Point of order, Councillor Nicholson.
Could you read that last section back? Because I don't believe Metrolinx meets any of those criteria.
Okay, matter of fact, I'm going to ask the clerk to read section H for you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Section 239, subsection 2, subsection H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the regional corporation by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them. Metrolinx would represent an agency of the province.
Is Metrolinx a crown agency under that definition?
Mr. Hunt, could you answer the question, please, sir?
Yes, and in addition to that, regardless of whether or not they're a crown agency, they are a third party with whom we've entered into an NDA. So under both provisions, it would be a proper closed session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why don't we just take 5 minutes just to be able to clear the chamber, and then we can do it. Can I have a motion for recess for 5 minutes? Moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Mayor-Pietri. Any opposition? Seeing none, thank you. We'll recess at about 10:15. So we're back in open session. We went into closed session at 10:17. Questions, presentation and questions and answers in regards to the presentation and the report of COW 2025, COW 38. No direction was given or motions were moved at that particular time. Councillor Nicholson, just a reminder, we're in open session, sir. We're dealing with 8.1, the recommendation there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find myself in a very difficult situation because I am a staunch supporter of the GO Train expansion project through Oshawa to Bowmanville. Previously in debate, a member of council talked about getting a projection on time.
Yes, sir.
I actually attended a debate on the expansion of the GO Train in my first term of office at this council. That was the term 1985 to 1988, okay? At then, we were told, it's a couple of years. Now, I'll take you back to that project. The GO Train ended at Liverpool Road in Pickering. So the comment that timelines that are offered on GO Train expansions are flexible would be a colossal understatement. What I'm caught in a situation here is I don't want the vote on 8.1 to be in any way construed as an endorsement of Metrolinx's position regarding the closure of certain transit access ways and roads in Durham. We have not been asked. We have been told. This council, the 28 of us, have not had an opportunity to express our position on how the infrastructure is going to be modified to facilitate this project. We have been told. The public has not been asked. They, even at this late date, haven't yet been told. They soon will be told, but they've never been asked. The businesses that are impacted are going to be told, not asked. Respectfully, this is not the way to run this type of project. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Clerk, note that, please.
I'm going to cast my vote in opposition to the motion, not because I'm against the motion, because it's the only mechanism that I'm allowed to have to express my severe disappointment and quite bluntly disgust at how this council and our citizens of Durham Region, and most specifically in my area, the residents of Ward 5, have been treated in this process. The only protest I can do is vote no so that people understand that I don't appreciate being told rather than being asked. So I'll leave it to each member council to decide how they vote on this. I know everybody supports the project. I think we're absolutely unanimous in wanting the project done. But I don't think any one of us would be happy if our individual communities were treated in this manner as the city of Oshawa is being treated in this case. If somebody came tomorrow and said to the good councillors in Ajax, we're going to close down Harwood Avenue for 2 years, I think there'd be a reaction. If somebody said we're going to close down Liverpool in Pickering for 2 years, there'd be a reaction. If somebody said we're going to shut down Liberty Street or Beaumont Avenue for 2 years, there'd be a reaction, and it could go on and on. At some point, this council has to express its disdain at how this council and our citizens are being treated in this process. And I hope this message goes beyond the board of Metrolinx, goes right to the Premier's office to understand this is not an acceptable way to treat any municipality. And hopefully he steps in and assists us in this process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Neal, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. I think I sent an amendment or a point number 2 to this.
And it's in regards to a public meeting, is that correct?
Yeah,
So can I just
Yep.
what I'd like to do first,
Sure.
before I accept it or
Yep.
move forward, is I'd like to talk to Metrolinx about their willingness first and foremost in regards to a public meeting.
Sure.
Would you allow us to have that opportunity first and foremost, please?
Oh, for sure,
Okay.
Mr. Interim Chair, like, I think we have to get to those residents and business ASAP,
Yeah.
and I know
Yeah.
you can do that, so.
Yeah, I promise you that that'll be the first thing that I do this afternoon.
Well, that's my
Oh,
amendment anyways
second.
to this. Number 2
Yeah.
would be,
Okay, just
be
hold
number
on.
2.
You just sent in the motion in regards to a public meeting, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be number
So-
2.
Right.
Yep.
So just if you'll leave that with me, and
Perfect.
I'll try and do the due diligence.
Yeah, thank you. They should know. I thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Pietri.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to receive the presentation in camera, regardless of what the outcome is going to be, because I think it gives us an understanding of where we need to go. I'm hopeful that our staff at the region have understood the position of the city of Oshawa, and it also is aware of Metrolinx's willingness to be able to address the matter. I do think that the suggestion to speak to the premier, to have a public meeting, to reach out to individuals that are going to be able to help our cause is vital, because I think when you understand what we're voting on, I think you can gather that whether you vote yes or no, it's not going to make much of a difference. The train's coming. The infrastructure needs to be put in place. The problem that we have, as indicated by other council members, is that if you look at any major thoroughfare in the GTA, and if you were to close it for an extended period of even a month, you'd have concerns. 2 years would create chaos. Now, the concern that I have is whether or not there are options, because we talk about Build Canada, Made in Canada, real big, bold Canadian ideas, some options in the construction industry that would mitigate that process. It may cost a little bit more, but I think when you look at the economic impact, the social impact, and just the overall image of the city and the region, and not being able to challenge the status quo and look for options that, help you expedite construction projects, ones that I believe exist in Canada, I think that's the direction that we should be going in. And that's something that I think that is a narrative that Metrolinx would want to, promote, because it helps propel our economy and it helps to mitigate or at least restore the image of Metrolinx if that's the case. This is an opportunity for Metrolinx to say, for all of the misgivings of other projects in the GTA, we're going to look at this one and we're going to restore our name. Okay. We need it to happen as a city and a region because, and I appreciate other council members in camera, outlining just how important Simcoe Street as a corridor is. Okay. It's vital. Okay. So I want to rest on that, and I want to make sure that it's regarded as an important opportunity for us to be able to activate a solution to provide transportation in the interim, so that we don't have the impacts that are not just going to be anticipated. We know what those impacts are. So regardless, Mr. Chair, just so I can close, whether you vote in favor or against this motion, they're going to move forward anyways. We just need them to work with us for what they're going to move forward with, and so that it has a positive effect and not a negative one. Because we know that the train is one that we've been anticipating and supporting for decades, and it's coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor Watton, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Mayor and Pietri kind of asked my question. It was quite simple. What would a negative or a positive vote, how would that impact this, what we've received over the last 2.5 hours?
It's a personal decision based upon your interpretation of what's in front of you. Just want to remind you once again that it is the piece that is 8.1. And I think the recommendation is quite clear in regards to what they're asking, what needs to be approved. So I think that could help you make your decision based upon that report. Remember, the presentation is separate from 8.1.
Thank you. I'm looking at the report 8.1, and I guess I'm missing the recommendations, so that was my reason for my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brenner, good morning.
Good morning again, Mr. Acting Chair. I, for one, and I've heard this from my colleagues as well, am tired of Big Brother telling us what to do and not consulting with us on what we might want to do. Yes, the train is coming and it's important for this project to go ahead. But at the same time, I think there needs to be a powerful message sent. You just can't keep closing things or reducing service levels on things without discussing it and expect to have any credibility. And that's really the issue, unfortunately. It's a lack of credibility, Mr. Chairman.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that there's much work to be done at Metrolinx, and I think that this may be the opportunity to do things a little bit different, but so far we need to improve that process. So I couldn't agree with you more. I'm going to go with Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, still good morning.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to take Mayor Watten's question and I'm going to focus it a little tighter. What would the result of a no vote be on this particular item?
Again, you have to look at the report, you have to look at the recommendations, and if you're not in support of Cal 38, I think the ramifications of it not passing would be the direct result of what the recommendations outlined. So I think you have to take that into consideration. And I think, long term, this is part of a major project that needs this authority to be able to move forward.
Yeah,
this is infrastructure
I get the
related,
frustration, Mr. Chair. I do. And I also get the fact that, if you want to have a GO train, there are things that just have to be done. And I realize that this bridge is of a greater scope than maybe what might have thought, and therefore, for the reasons that Metrolinx stated, it has to start further back on each side and has greater ramifications, and the idea of keeping one side open and not the other is likely not in the cards. In fact, definitely isn't. So I get that. But I also get my colleagues' frustration with this. But thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Cook, good morning.
Ooh, I'm sneaking in under the
I
wire.
know, 2 minutes.
I'm going to stall. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm standing between us and the snacks. Just a quick question.
Sounds like kindergarten there. Good,
well,
we're having snacks.
When I'm in the room,
Good.
it is like
Okay,
kindergarten,
good.
right? Let's be honest.
Sorry. My granddaughter always asks me, "You got snacks in the car?" I said, "Of course. Go ahead."
I have snacks in my purse if you're hungry, Chair Carter.
Please.
Anywho, I also just wanted to echo my colleague's sentiment, Councillor Nicholson. There is no denying that this is necessary infrastructure work, and we rely on Metrolinx to move our residents around. My objection to this is purely process-based.
Yep.
We were neglected, we were left out, it's not transparent, and our residents deserve better and should have been notified, quite frankly, earlier than that. Fundamentally, let's go choo-choo train, but I can't abide the process. It just is flawed, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now appearing for the first time, our regional chair, Mr. John Henry, and I get to say almost good afternoon, so good morning, good afternoon, and maybe good evening, Mr. Chairman. You have the floor, sir. I can't hear you, though. Oh, the anticipation's killing us.
So thank you, Chair Carter, and I want to congratulate you on the great job you've done over the last couple of meetings, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I want my colleagues to know I appreciate the dialogue that took place today. And this is an important issue for the region, for Oshawa and Clarington. And I know it's going to be difficult, but what's missing from the conversation is the thank you to our team. The transit-oriented development plan that was put together, that was used by the province to justify the extension of the GO train, was done by our staff. And I am incredibly proud of the work that the region has done. Mayor Carter and Mayor Foster, you have been champions for this, and so have your CAOs and your staff and the time that they've put into this. To Elaine Baxter-Traherne, our CAO and our government relations team that has worked on this project, that has taken it to Infrastructure Ontario, to the Ministry of Transportation, to the Treasury Board a number of times. My heartfelt thanks for your professionalism and what you've been able to do to make this happen. Today is a big day. It's a challenging day. And I know council will vote with their hearts, but this is an important day for the region of Durham, the redevelopment of downtown Oshawa, and getting people to and from the municipality of Clarington. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you, but I want the accolades and thank yous to go to you and Mayor Foster, our CAOs, our government relations team, everyone that presented at every AMO meeting to make this happen, and of course, recognizing the province and how we've had to work through Infrastructure Ontario, the Ministry of Finance, the Treasury Board, and the ear of every MP or Premier at every opportunity to advance this issue. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to raise some comments, and I wish you a great lunch, and I will stay till the end of the meeting.
That's great. It's good to be able to hear from you, and you're looking well. So thank you for joining us once again, and thank you for your comments. You haven't spoken yet, have you? Mayor Foster?
I know
now it's good afternoon.
I know it's good afternoon. I know it's quite shocking that I haven't spoken.
Yeah,
yet,
I know.
At least
That's
to
why.
this. One, I'm going to repeat what or support what Chair Henry said. It's so good to see Chair Henry. And again, the kudos to staff. We are all assuming that this thing is coming. A huge amount of work is done. There is some suggestion about timelines, who knows, on this. And I fully appreciate the position that Oshawa Council has been put in. I fully appreciate why a protest vote from some members of council would be appropriate based on how things have progressed. But I do need to underscore how important it is that we move forward. So the report talks about financing, where money is coming from. We want to be really, really careful about the message that we send to the province and to Metrolinx. So I think the appropriate message, this was not handled the way it should have been handled in terms of letting the residents of Oshawa know what is in front of them for the next couple of years. But we are, in fact, supportive of and will encourage moving this project forward. You know, as an aside, I took a look, 7,000 kilometers was how long the Trans-Canada Railroad was. It took them 5 years to do 7,000 kilometers. This is 14 kilometers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate your comments. Councillor Chapman, good afternoon.
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
That was close, wasn't it? Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As much as I don't like how this has been done, the process, the big thing, and Mayor Foster just said it, this agreement that we're giving staff authority to enter into has two things that I think. One is staff has heard our comments, staff has heard our frustration, and I would imagine that will be part of the discussions when they get down to whether what's signed or not. But the other part of that is the funding, is who is paying for what. And that is very important to whether our taxpayers in the region are going to be funding any of this stuff or not. That agreement is important to decide who pays for what. As much as I'm annoyed with the process, as much as it should have been different, and as much as I agree that in some cases it's like Big Brother telling us what to do, as opposed to here's what we want done and how do we do this, right? But it also goes back to what Councillor Marion Pietri said, is this is going to get done, right? Municipalities are the children of the province. Metrolinx belongs to the province. The train track is not our jurisdiction, right? Metrolinx is doing this work for something that we've all wanted. I mean, Councillor Nicholson, since 1985 when he was on council, yeah, I remember that too. I hated having to drive out to Pickering to take a train into downtown Toronto, right? We want to get this done. I think it's going to get done one way or the other, but the important part about this vote is, yes, we protested. We've told the Metrolinx people, some of the councillors have told them in uncertain terms and some of the questions and comments that were made to them. Our staff know what's going on. It's important that we sign an agreement to get the funding, if not anything else done, because it's not just about one bridge. It's about the whole system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. Good afternoon, Councillor Wu.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Carter. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, it's been said a number of times how important this is, this issue, and why Jake, Carrie, and Rajesh couldn't be here in person. I know with technology that we do have, yes, they can appear online, but I certainly would want them when they appear, or when this comes before Clarington Council, that they appear in person. My other thing, and just listening to some of the disruption that this is going to cause, because my parents are laid to rest at Mount Pleasant Cemetery in Toronto. I have to cross Eglinton, or coming down on Yonge Street, I have to cross Eglinton. I've seen that for 12 years. What a disruption it has been to the residents and to the businesses. And I think one thing that was said, I hope, and it has been brought up, that the concerns that are brought up by residents and business owners, that there is somebody from Metrolinx that can answer those questions. And a lot of those might be because of disruption to inconveniences, I'm going to call it that, but maybe loss of income for the businesses that are affected in the area. Just my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A recorded vote is being asked for by Councillor Nicholson, and I'm going to ask the clerk at the appropriate time to be able to conduct that. My comment is that I think Metrolinx has put our staff in a heck of a position. And I don't think that that's fair. So I'm sorry that you've taken the blunt of that, but I know you've got pretty big shoulders, so that's good. Anyways, but I think that, again, what it demonstrates is I'm hoping that Metrolinx understands that when they come into a community, they truly need a partnership, and that partnership starts with clear, concise, consistent communication, not only for those that are making the decisions, but also for the residents that it's impacting. And I think there's a learning lesson there. And I know that my job as mayor will be, again, to remind them that this communication aspect has to improve both internally and externally. And it's not fair to staff to put them in that position. The last thing that I think that has to be said, and I think Councillor Chapman and Mayor Foster have said quite clearly, this particular item that is in front of us is a very, very important financial infrastructure commitment, and that affects the whole project itself. And I understand the frustration, and I understand the anger, and I understand that your positions, and I think you've spoken beautifully on it. I also think that I've learned a great deal out of all of your questions, your comments. So I thank you so that I'm prepared better as I have a conversation with Metrolinx. So recorded vote is being requested. Mr. Clerk, I'd like you to conduct that at this time. Councillor Neal, you've already spoken, sir.
No, I just want to know on the public meeting.
Yeah, I'm going to reach out to Metrolinx this afternoon to try and see if I can get an answer for you, sir. Okay?
How's that
it won't affect what's in front of us today. So you've asked for it. I'll reach out to Metrolinx to see what I can do, okay? I will wait and see what Metrolinx says, okay? I'll get back to you. I promise you. Okay. Yeah, no, I think, thank you, though. I appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, please conduct the recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now. Looking for Councilors Marin Pietri and Yamada. Second call for Councilor Yamada online. Last call, Councilor Yamada online.
Thank you. That carries. Folks, I know lunch is here, but I'm wondering if we can deal with CC 22, I think it is, and if we could deal with this quite expeditedly. Mayor Ash, I understand that you have a motion that you've submitted to the clerk. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you have a seconder on it,
I
sir?
do, Councillor Marin Pietri.
Thank you. So
the
could you
reason-
just hold on a sec? Because
Yeah, this is a substitute motion.
Okay.
The recommendation was to refer it to the Cal report, but these are two completely different items in terms of the request for co-componency of the EA and the DC study. So I have a motion that would direct staff to basically, if I do have the floor, sorry, Mr.
yes,
Chair.
you do
Thank
have the floor.
Thank you.
So the motion's in front of us. You've got a seconder, which is Councilor Mayor Pietri. You please proceed.
Okay, I do have a question, first of all, before I get into my debate, and that's to the Commissioner of Works. This is a fairly significant environmental assessment. Could the Commissioner give a ballpark estimate of what the savings to the region and slash the development charges would be for the undertaking of the landowners paying for this?
Mr. Jagannathi to the question.
Through the chair, based on the experience we've had on Seaton, which is what we did comparable 10 plus years ago, I would say $4 to $5 million. And please don't quote me on it, just order of magnitude.
Mayor Ash?
Okay, thank you. So that actually strengthens the argument, in my view, that the landowners in this particular area are asking for the region to enter into an agreement for co-proponency of it with covering their own costs and asking for no DC credits. So I think this is a savings to taxpayers. It's a savings in terms of the process as well. For those that still have concerns about Northeast Pickering, this is not an approval of Northeast Pickering. This is to direct staff to enter into an agreement to safeguard the region and by extension the ratepayers to look into the process of co-proponency of the scoped EA for Zone 3, which is a relatively small part of the overall Northeast Pickering, and to bring it back to Regional Council in conjunction with the DC review that we are going to be directing staff to do later in this meeting when we approve our COW recommendations. So I'm hopeful this is not a contentious issue. I think it's a partnership between landowners in the region, and I'm hopeful members of council will support it. Thank you.
Mayor Ash, do you want to record a vote at the appropriate time?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilor Mayor Pietri, you're the seconder on this. Do you wish to speak? If so, could you please, your button for request to speak, please, sir? You don't want to speak? Okay. Mayor Foster, good afternoon, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that this is controversial at all, but we haven't asked any questions of staff. So, Mr. Jagannathan, are we planting a landmine that we're, in front of ourselves that we're about to stand? I would love some feedback from staff. And again, Mayor Ash, it makes all the sense in the world to me, but I got to ask the question.
Yep. So, yeah. So, Mr. Jagannathan, to the question, please, about landmines.
And for the record, I do not support landmines.
Yeah, he doesn't support
just
them.
for the record.
To that, Mr. Chair, I take comfort in the letter where the landowner group is acknowledging the risks. This is not allocating capacity. This is not approving servicing. My understanding is they want to make use of the runway, if I can use that term, while we update the background study, the DC bylaw, and so on. That could be 3 to 4 years of lost time, and acknowledging the risk. Like I said, I do want to maybe correct my $5 to $6 million quote. That's 10 years ago. I leave it to your imagination as to what that could be now. But is it a landmine? I guess, in my opinion, no. Would there be opposition? Yeah, but I guess it's important to understand the context here. This is just getting ahead on some planning work, no allocation, no certainty on servicing. All that will come through our DC background study, and the assessment that you're going to have in spring 2026. That the presentation that you had at the COW meeting, sometime in May, June timeframe. That's when, if there's any landmine, it's going to be there. In my opinion, not on approving this.
Thank you.
So
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I have no idea what the opposite of a landmine is. Perhaps I could have used something different than that, but what I'm hearing is whatever the opposite of a landmine is, that appears to be what this is. Mayor Ash, thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chapman, good afternoon, sir.
No, I think this is a good motion, and I'll tell you why, is because there's some controversy about Northeast Pickering, right? It's in Envision Durham, right? Environmental assessment is going to tell us what kind of environmental issues there may or may not be in that area. It's already in Envision Durham as to what generally the land use can be. It's up to the the city of Pickering to make those final decisions on zoning and all that sort of stuff. But this, by getting ahead of it, gives us the environmental assessment to say, this is a sensitive area, this is what has to be mitigated in order to build anything there, or, boy, this is, free and clear green space. So I think getting ahead of it, as Mayor Ash has said, in order to start the process and melt the two together eventually with how DCs are going to be done and how services are going to get there with what are the environmental issues that we don't have to do, what the landowners have to do to mitigate any of those things when the zoning comes before Pickering Council. So getting ahead of that, given the fact that we want to keep increasing development, and in particular residential and commercial for tax bases and that, great idea. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yeah, I think we have to define what we're voting on today, because I think a lot of folks will wonder, what is it? How does it affect them, or the plans that we have, whether in the municipality of Pickering or at the region? We're talking about a white belt, which for the layperson means it's not green belt, it's urban expansion area. So it's something that was going to happen anyways, and we're just advancing it to provide for good planning and to ensure that housing is built for the needs of not just the municipality itself, but the region and the country. So I think it's important to keep that in context. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Pickles. Councillor Pickles, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm going to be supporting this, much like when we considered the matter of development charges. And I'm sure we've all received questions and comments from people. People are asking a lot of questions about this development, costs, impacts, everything else. This is another mechanism to help bring that information forward, to help address the questions that many of our residents are asking, and to be involved and to get answers. So This is a step in the right direction, and as Mayor Ash has indicated, the landowners who, at the end of the day, are looking forward to the completion of this are paying the bill, all the better. So I'll be supporting it, and I would encourage my colleagues to likewise do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. There was a request for a recorded vote by Mayor Ash. Could you conduct that at this time, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
That carries. So my recommendation is, first of all, thank you very much. We do have lunch in the back, and I'm wondering if we could take a short break to be able to grab some lunch. I'm looking at Councillor Chapman. You want to move a motion for
Yes,
recess?
to recess for 45 minutes.
For 45 minutes? How about 40 minutes? That brings us to 1 o'clock. 40 minutes, second by Councillor McDougall. Any opposition? Being none? Okay, so lunch is served. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Snacks. Yes, snacks. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. We're back in session. It's 1 o'clock. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Did we lose a lot?
We lost 5 or 6.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to the next business is our committee reports. First is Finance, moved by Mayor Ash, second by Councilor Garrard, that the recommendations contained in items 1 to 3 inclusive of Report 6 of F&A Committee be adopted. Polls? Seeing none. Any opposition? That's carried. Next item is Health and Social Services. Mayor Roy isn't here. Pickles? Dies. I need a mover on the health. Okay, all right. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Dies, that the recommendations contained in 1 and 3 inclusive of Report 5 of Health and Social Services be adopted. Any polls? Seeing none. Any questions? Seeing none. No opposition. That moves forward. Our next is Community Growth and Economic Development, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles, that recommendations contained in items 1 and 2 of Report 6 of the Community Growth and Economic Development be adopted. Any polls? Poll. Councillor Neal. Hold it. Councillor Neal. Poll.
Yes, number 2.
Number 2. Okay, just hold on a second. Number 2. Okay. On the remainder, any opposition? Being none. Councillor Neal to number 2. Questions?
Yes, Mr. Interim Chair. On page 46, it talks about, right at the top, page 3 of 3, if aggregates are considered for designation as a SEZ, what is that? Significant environmental, what is SEZ? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
As a the province should ensure that there are no adverse impacts to groundwater. So what's the province going to do about impacts like, and how do we get to that point where, hey, there is impacts, like before the well fails, like next door to one?
So to the question, Ms. Austin, Commissioner Austin.
Thank you, and through the chair. What we're looking for is that the province will work with the region and area municipalities when areas are being identified as special economic zones. So we have kind of preemptively identified what could potentially be some concerns, but we fully expect that the province will work with municipalities. And if those kinds of issues arise, then we will be considering any additional impacts to things such as the local water quality.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councillor Neal?
Well, there's possibly one site that I'm dealing with now, and our city staff know what's taking place. So I'd like maybe someone to work with our city staff to see how this can be corrected.
So, Councillor Neal, can I just ask you to speak to Commissioner Austin to make sure that she's aware of what site you're speaking of and make sure that we coordinate that? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's reasonable because, like I say, it's a concern for the residents for sure. And everything it talks about in there is what they're dealing with right now.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so starting point, bless you, by the way. Starting point is connect with the commissioner and take it from there. Fair enough?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Chapman, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Just to be clear.
Yes, sir.
This is a letter that we're sending to the province. The province is looking at comments on putting in the special economic zones, and what we are doing and what our staff have done and what our committee has approved is these are all the things that we think the province needs to take into consideration before they finalize this bill or whatever it's going to be for the SEZs. And this part about groundwater, we've said to them they need to ensure this. We have no control over what they're going to do, whether they're going to pass it with or without our comments, but those are our comments and our concerns from our qualified staff and our committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? Being none, any opposition? That passes and moves. Thank you. What do we got? Why do I have two here? What do I have here? Recommendation 10.1. Oh, okay. All right. So there's no works. Is that correct? That's right. There's no works. We've got the committee questions to works. First, I got to go over to Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, good afternoon. Questions to works, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, where did you go? I know. It's part of the joy of.
I know it's a
in this chair.
reflex, Mr. Chair. Just a question. Over a year ago, we had a tremendously tragic accident at the corner of Bloor and Ritson Road, where a woman was a victim of a dangerous driver who hit the back of her vehicle, causing a fire and resulting in her death. As a result of that, much of the public and myself reached out to our staff at the region here, asking for an investigation into undertaking advanced greens in all directions at that intersection. To date, almost a year and a half later from the accident, which was back in August of 2024, no action's been taken. We still have a dangerous intersection. We still don't have any advanced lights. I'm just wondering when we will be seeing a report coming back addressing this issue and addressing, quite honestly, the overall issue of maybe it's time for advanced greens to be established at every intersection in Durham where two regional roads come together. Where we literally have, 4 lanes in each direction coming together at regional intersections. I'm just wondering if staff could let me know when we're going to finally see a report on this after a year, almost a year and a half.
Mr. Jagannath, do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, through the chair, to the councillor, I do recall responding after doing some left turn volume study at that intersection. I have to go back, it's probably about a year ago. And if it's time to do that again, based on left turn volumes, I know some approaches have left turns there, advanced greens. And councillor, I do recall your request on more approaches, and we did respond to that. So I can get back to you again, either as a report or an email.
All right.
But also, in terms of any hard improvements, as you know, as part of the bridge works and so on, there is a southbound left turn lane on this at Ritson and Bloor. I know it's not exactly the question that you have, but it's somewhat related to provide more relief to the intersection.
Well, the reason, and I appreciate that, and the reason that I'm raising it again at this time, not only is the time frame gone by, but we've just been indicated earlier today that we're going to see some impacts in the area from increased traffic due to the fact that a certain regional road may be closed soon, which will put tremendous amount of pressure on that Bloor and Ritson intersection. So, this is probably the most prudent time for us to advance this particular project so we can use it as part of the mitigation and maybe even potentially get a certain company that we all know and love to pay for some of these things because it's their impacts that are causing the issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Councillor Neal, question to works, please.
Yeah, Mr. Interim Chair, I think back in June, Chair Henry said there'd be direction to staff when I discussed with him about the signs displaying the population of the region of Durham as we're coming into the region. Can I have a status on, I think that was back in June, so it's a few months ago. Can I have a status on where we are with that?
Mr. Jagannath, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I do miss David Dunn. He, I think, left after lunch. So we are in the process of manufacturing the signs and, doing the locates and so on. I don't have the exact timeline,
Okay.
but I can get back to you.
Could you connect with Councillor Neal and then
Will do.
share that information with council, please?
Sure, will do.
Thank you. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, because I think it's going to be astounding when we put that number up.
Yeah.
It's going to be a wake-up call to a lot of people, like the population of Durham, anyways.
Exploded, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other questions, moving on. Need a mover on the committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Shahid. Questions, comments, polls? Seeing none. Any opposition? Being none, committee of the whole has moved forward. Moving on, we have item 10.1, report 2025 DRT-19. Councillor Crawford, are you moving that? You are? Can I have a seconder on it, please? Seconded by Councillor Garrard. Questions, comments? Being none, any opposite? Oh, Councillor Nicholson, thank you.
I'm going to have order on my account a flag. I'm going to get a large red flag that I can. I know you have a hard time looking to the right, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry about that. Councillor Nicholson, please
That's
proceed.
okay. I'm not going to support the motion. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. I've argued for the last 3 increases that they were unwarranted. We're at the point now where the transit rates in Durham are among the highest, if not the highest, in the province of Ontario. And transit is supposed to be the transportation mode of last resort to help people who can't afford to buy vehicles. So they use transit, and we want to encourage people to use public transit to get around. But each year, we keep raising the rates, and we keep losing riders every time we raise the rates, to the point where the only people that use the transit are the people who have no choice. Students who have to get to colleges and universities, and others that have to move within the community, and they don't have the ability with their employment to use other more reasonable courses of action. We all know the impact it's going to have on service levels, et cetera. But I say this with all respect to the hardworking people at our transit and the transit management. You could eliminate transit in my ward and nobody would notice. I have one transit route. I have 48,000 people. 40% of those people are lower and low-income people living in apartments and rental units. And I have one route. And I have a hard time saying we're going to keep raising rates when we aren't increasing service. And we don't need call them in and we'll show up at your door at some point service. We need regular routes servicing the entirety of Durham region. And respectfully to all our staff, I can't vote for a rate increase if it isn't matched with a service increase. And at this point, I don't see a service increase in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Moving on. Good afternoon, Councillor Marin-Pietri.
Good afternoon, Chair Carter. Just wanted to, provide some color here regarding the situation that I think that we're well aware of in the Durham region. Maybe a little different in other municipalities, but our funding model is predicated on ridership as well as users that are willing to pay for the system. I get Councillor Nicholson's remarks because they're widely felt in parts of Oshawa that are underserviced. In fact, there are some new areas in the north of Oshawa that are underserviced to the point where they don't even have the kind of stops that they would regularly expect. But if you want regular, predictable public transit, we have to look at being a little bit more, I would say, open to the reality of the system really costing us much more than we even have to be able to invest in. Our operators, they're led by Unifor, do a great job in being able to avail the community of safe transportation. Our management is doing a lot to stretch the elastic to the point where, in many cases, I would say it's broken, and that's why we have the underserviced areas. But that's not a fault of theirs per se, aside from, the narrative that we oftentimes, are faced with, cost versus investment. I think we have to look at this as an investment, and I know from the management and also from the union side, they're looking actively to seek other levels of government's funding. And I'll just say this because I know that there have been announcements provincially and federally about, I know that there's a $6 billion fund that was just announced on the 21st. I know that there were other funds that may not have, affected the kind of investment that we would expect. But I do see the province and the federal government looking and saying, how can we activate economic development? How can we make, big, bold decisions for Canadian industry? I think this is one that they have to look at, and I'm certain that they're looking at this. We can't afford them not to look at this in that context of economic development, because we have many in our community that are newcomers that are availing themselves of the service in order to get to work. We're open for business, but the business won't be as successful without the kind of workers getting to the productivity that they anticipate. And I think that we are at a point where the expectation of other municipalities in the northwest part of Toronto and other areas of the GTA is now a foregone conclusion. We can't just look at them and say, well, it's too bad that they get more than us. I don't think we're in a position to be able to say that anymore. Our staff, our local, are working very hard, so we have to sort of put our best foot forward and say we're going to advocate in every way, in every possible means. And this is us being able to say, listen, we've now supported the investment that needs to be made. The other levels of government have to regard that as being a very positive step forward, and afford us the tens of millions that we need to activate transit depots, bus routes, and buy new buses, because many of them are almost a decade old. So there are a lot of decisions that have to be made, and they're based on the financial implications that we can afford the service. And I say afford because right now, for the average person, they may not see it as affordable as what the actual costs are. But we as I guess directors of that service have to really consider where we're going with this. The narrative is not one that goes unnoticed. I get the pressures from both sides, but we have to move forward with something that we can defend. And I think by saying that, just to conclude, if we're going to do this, and no increase is a good increase, let's be honest, but we need then for those partners that I talked about to come to the table and do their part. That's where I think we're at now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sheed, you had originally requested your fine. Okay. Seeing no other questions. Any opposition? Recorded vote called by Councillor Nicholson at the appropriate time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
That carries. Item 11 is notice of motions. We have notice of motions. Councillor Chapman.
Other resolutions. I have a motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marin-Pietro, a motion to suspend the rules of procedure to introduce a motion concerning DRT.
Okay, so this is to waive the rules to introduce this item?
To introduce
That's
the
right,
motion,
and it's moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Marin-Pietro. So, Mr. Clerk, is this just a simple majority? No, this is a two-thirds. This is a 2/3. We'll ask for a recorded vote then, Mr. Clerk, so that we... Yeah. Recorded vote, please. It's waiving the rules to be able to introduce an item that deals with DRT, Durham Regional Transit. Okay? So, just to waive the rules, we need 2/3. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to suspend the rules to introduce a motion without notice is starting now. Looking for Mayor Foster. Thank you.
Carries. So, Councillor Chapman, can you hear your request to speak, please? Thank you very much. Councillor Chapman, if you'd like to introduce the item,
Yep.
and we'll display it on the screens. If
Moved
you
by
could read
myself,
it.
seconded by Councillor Miriam Pietri. I would like to read it, actually.
Yes, I'd like you to read it, please.
Whereas the subdivision west of Harmony Road North at Nancy Diamond Boulevard is now being occupied, and currently the only access to this subdivision is via Nancy Diamond Boulevard. Whereas many of the residents of this subdivision rely on public transit as their main mode of transportation, but currently there is no existing Durham Regional Transit route servicing this area, with the closest DRT stop being located at the corner of Conlin Road East and Harmony Road North, which is 1.6 kilometers south of Nancy Diamond Boulevard. And whereas there is DRT on-demand service, but it requires both the initial and return trips to be pre-booked up to a week in advance, so it does not provide reasonable or sufficient services to these residents, and it does not account for any delays or schedule changes by a resident or DRT. And whereas if a resident uses on-demand service, but a return trip cannot be scheduled, is missed or canceled due to delays or schedule changes, the resident can only take regular DRT service to Conlin Road East and Harmony Road North, forcing them to potentially walk the 1.6 kilometers along Harmony Road North to get to their home. And whereas Harmony Road North is a regional road that currently does not have adequate space for a sidewalk, which presents a safety risk to pedestrians, as it can be difficult for a motorist to avoid an unexpected pedestrian in the roadway, especially at night or during inclement weather. And whereas Harmony Road North has seen a visible and significant increase in both traffic and speed since the removal of Highway 407 tolls, which is exaggerating the issue and raises the risk to public safety. And whereas the region of Durham is responsible for improving safety for all road users, which include pedestrians, cyclists, motorists, and vehicle passengers, and council's endorsed Vision Zero states the guiding principle is safety, prioritized over factors such as cost, speed, delay, level of service, and convenience, factors upon which decisions were traditionally made. And whereas it is understood that this area of Harmony Road North cannot be reconstructed to accommodate the installation of sidewalks, this immediate safety concern and risk must be addressed. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to determine how Durham Regional Transit can, in addition to the online demand or on-demand service, immediately provide some form of regular transit service for the residents of this subdivision.
Councillor Chapman, you want to speak to it?
I certainly do. Those words out of Vision Durham are very interesting when you look it up online, that the guiding principles, and it's a very nice picture of our chair and our CAO in there supporting all this stuff here. The interesting thing is that I've been told that there might be service there in 2027 budget. You know, 1, 2, 3 people injured, killed, who knows? The definition from Vision Zero is an approach in road safety thinking that originated in Sweden in 1997 and has been adopted in various forms around the world. It can be summarized in one sentence: no loss of life resulting from a motor vehicle collision is acceptable. The road system needs to keep us moving and must also be designed to protect us at every turn by preventing collisions from occurring and designing the road network to minimize the consequences of collisions that occur. The issue is that this road is not going to get fixed. There's not enough space. We're not going to widen it for a little while, I'm told. It's in the forecast in the future. There is not enough room to put a sidewalk down, even though we were looking at how to do that. Some of the other issues that were brought up about perhaps putting Jersey barriers to allow the residents to walk up the boulevard is not acceptable, because apparently it's dangerous more to the cars than the people that are walking. This is a very important issue that needs to be addressed immediately. These people are walking up and down Harmony Road with all the extra traffic. It's dark now at 4:30 at night. Are we going to wait until there's a collision? Are we going to wait 3 years or wait till 2027 so we can put some money in the budget to have a bus route? In our staff talking to Transit, they would be able to go up Harmony Road to Nancy Diamond Boulevard, where there's a turnaround at the end of Nancy Diamond Boulevard that the school buses use, by the way, and come back down southbound on Harmony 50 meters south of Nancy Diamond Boulevard at Dias Avenue, where people could be picked up. When I say some form of regular service, I'm not looking for every 20 or 30 minutes like the Harmony Road there. Why can't we do every fourth bus or something like that? As long as the people knew the timings that belong there. On demand does not work for these folks, because I need to get to work at 6 o'clock. I call on demand a week ahead of time. I can't book it for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's not the last resort of transportation for some people. It's the only mode of transport that they have. Some of them choose to take it. They may have a car in the driveway. It doesn't matter. It's the region's responsibility for the safety on their road, Harmony Road North. The city of Oshawa has been prepared to assist with them, even to a point of some little bit of subsidizing the routes. We're not paying for it all, because this is a regional responsibility. Do we really, as a council, mean that the guiding principles is safety prioritized over such things as cost? And let's prove it to these people that live in this subdivision by getting some kind of bus service up there, some kind of regular bus service that needs to be first thing in the morning, maybe middle of the afternoon, supper time when people are coming home from work, or those people that work shift work that want to come home at 11 o'clock at night when it's really dark up there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Pietri, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's self-explanatory. I know that other communities that are sitting around the table probably thinking, well, what about us? We've got stuff that we need. I just challenge anyone to go up there and take a look at what we're dealing with. Councillor Chapman is being charitable and calling Harmony Road, a road. It's actually a highway. If you consider, the effects of the amount of traffic that's up and down there, a lot of the infrastructure projects that need to be activated in the region, most of them travel through there. We've got large gravel trucks that are going up and down that road, heading towards the 407 to get to the 115 and make sure that, some of the issues that we have with fill are dealt with outside of the context of municipalities. And that's something that can't be disregarded. Also, the road is still one that we're waiting on expansion from the region on. So putting the sidewalks in, first of all, engineering-wise, I guess, from those who are dealing with the matter, it doesn't equate to something that's intelligent because it's not safe. We're not getting that approval. We're also not getting a sensible, advancement of any of those projects because they would have to be torn apart in order to expand the road. So it'd be throwing, good money away for no reason. This particular motion, if you check out the topography of that area, there are a number of bridges that are needed in order to connect, the neighborhoods to other parts of, or other routes. And that's largely impossible unless the infrastructure is put into place. We know that this is all ongoing and it's something that, we're all working together for, but we can't just wait until that happens and have hundreds of people a day, walking up a highway. You wouldn't have that happen on the 401. And I'm not saying that Harmony Road is akin to the 401, but you can talk to the people or travel it yourself and see how intense that process is, especially in the early mornings, in the dark hours of winter, at night with the snow flying. I think a soft shoulder like the one that we're talking about on Harmony Road, it's very narrow. We have to be cognizant of people's safety. This is not just a subdivision. This is, an area that you would consider to be the student capital of Durham Region. And I think that a lot of the pressures that we're incurring as a result of the growth that we're continuing to experience. And I think, this is a very positive solution. I want to thank our manager, Bill Holmes, the president of Unifor, Ian Sinnott, and the staff members and council members that have put their heads together to see, because we went through every option. If anybody's wondering whether we can do X, Y, or Z, we went through every option. And I know yourself, Mr. Mayor, Chair, you used the whiteboard a number of times for us to be able to say, can we look at this thing again? Can we do this? What if we do that? It's been an extensive process, so no stone has been left unturned. And I point to the manager of transit as well as the president of Unifor and the local here with gratitude, because they helped us understand how we can, effectively, and that's what the vote was just before this, invest in the system, figure out a way that we can provide some regularly, scheduled service in an area that's, essentially paying for it. So one aspect is that. The other is the rideshare thing's not working out. So I don't know whether I'm the only person around the table that's figured out it's about $100 a ride, or that, half the people that are calling up the service a week in advance, like, I don't even know what I'm going to do, when I get to a certain age and I'm having to figure out what to do a week in advance. I need the service now. It's not working out, not to the level that we would expect and not to the residents' needs. So sometimes you're leaving half of the people that are in need on the side of the road or maybe dropped off in the wrong areas. That's because it's not a regularly scheduled DRT transit service. That's a rideshare program that may not even be a Canadian rideshare program, may not be one as predictable or as effective as we would expect or want, and it's certainly one that I wouldn't want to rely on if we're looking at trying to get people out of harm's way in a certain area. I can't see someone saying, listen, a week from now, pick me up at this area, and 100 of them saying that, to the tune of $100 a ride sometimes. Like, it's not happening. So we've got buses, we've got great drivers, and we got a system that we need to grow. This is the opportunity to do it. And would we be in a better position if we already had this already in place? Sure, but it's not the case, and that's why we're asking for this now. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait to 27 to go to a regularly sort of anticipated or a planned service. And we have to be more nimble than that. And I think it comes down to collaboration, dollars and cents, and need. There's a need here, period. And we've gone through every step to be able to figure out another alternative. This is the only one that we're left with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would like to suggest that this go to TAC for discussion. We need to understand the volume of traffic. We need to understand volume of potential ridership. We just can't arbitrarily be adding service to a road. If that's the case, because I've got a number of seniors in South Ajax that have been on my doorstep for 4 years now, wanting their bus back. So
are you moving a referral?
Yes,
of
I'm
this
moving a
to
referral,
TAC?
and I think I have a
And I need a
seconder.
seconder by Mayor Foster.
Thank you.
Okay, to move it to TAC. You want a recorded vote in regards to the referral to TAC? Okay. Now, there are speakers in regards to the referral. My understanding is the rules here are you are able to debate the referral and why it should go there. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Just trying to check with our rules and their rules. So are these rules. So I'm going to go to Councillor Chapman first. Councillor Chapman, in regards to the referral, sir.
Yeah, I have no problem being referred, but with this motion here, I want the work done before it gets to tech, of how this might be done, because if it goes to tech so somebody can talk about it and then they direct staff to do this work, that just adds more time to it. So the idea here is it's directing staff to how to do this, and if they have to report back through tech to get the approval and all that, that's fair ball. But the work needs to be done to how to figure out this, to take it to tech. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neal, to the referral only, please.
Yeah, I have to say the same thing as what Councillor Chapman just said. Like, there was a dump truck went off the road. There was a young female jogger at the same time driving by. The shoulder was soft. The truck went off. There's nowhere to go.
To the referral, though.
So, I
Counselor.
mean, I don't think we have time for this referral. Like, it should be done. And even though the region doesn't do sidewalks, evidently it's up to the city. I don't know why, it was done the way it was. Commissioner Ramesh Jagannathan and Commissioner Bill Holmes have been very helpful, trying to figure out this process. But it has to be figured out ASAP because someone is going to get killed.
Okay.
That's plain and simple.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Marin Pietri to the referral.
I think we're in trouble if we're referring this back because it's further delay. We've got a very serious, what's it called, a duty of care that we have to be very cognizant of. This isn't a proposition where I just encourage anyone to look at this a little differently. There is no entrance or access for certain other services beyond this point. We've created something so that we can actually have the transit service, and like Councillor Chapman said, it doesn't have to be the regular, but referring this matter in a period where you're going to have snow flying and it's dark at 4 already, with no access for certain people to be able to get to something safe is very dangerous, and I would oppose that. If there are other measures that need to be taken in other communities, then that maybe can be something that we entertain as well at a different meeting. But to refer this just delays something that I think is inevitable.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, to the referral only, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the mood, I guess it's a question to the director, the council that moved the referral motion. When are we expecting a response from TEC? Is there a timeline established to the referral?
I would go to the chair. Councillor Crawford, I'm wondering, when is the next tech meeting?
The beginning of December,
Beginning of December?
the first Wednesday of December.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson?
Okay, I understand, and that's when this motion would arrive on their agenda.
That's correct.
I'm asking, when could we see a response to this referral? If I'm sending it to someone to do work, am I looking at, I'll get a response back in the next meeting of council, sometime in 2026? End of the year? Can we give an idea, just as how long staff can respond to this?
I think that the process usually is committee to committee of the whole, and I think that's it. Councillor Crawford?
Yeah, to the process, I think if we are taking direction, I'm just looking at General Manager Holmes, that if the direction is from here to be already have done the research by TEC, correct? That's what I'm hearing now, is that the direction is that this motion already have the investigation done, and then the information be given to committee. Are you am I feeding words to you, or are you going to help me out here?
Why don't I?
Because I think what I'm hearing is we don't want it to go to TEC and say, oh, okay, well, we'll get staff to investigate. In February, we come back and no, you're not having it or whatever, right? So you want to have a decision come out of TEC as to whether or not this can be done.
That's
right?
correct.
At TEC,
that's
as
what
in 2 weeks.
That's what the desire is.
So I'm asking General Manager Holmes if that is a possibility.
Mr. Holmes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And through the chair. So this issue came to us recently, and we have taken a look at it very seriously, actually. And just again to clarify, the inclusion of regularly scheduled service to this area was initially planned for 27, but with the issues that have arose, we have advanced that to the 2026 draft service plan and draft budget process. So we are contemplating advancing that and putting that in place next year, pending decisions at budget time. Right now, the issue today is, to be blunt, we don't have extra buses that are sitting around that we can add service. To add more service during peak period would require an additional bus, which we just simply don't have today.
So I'm going to stop you there.
Yep.
The question being is there intent by your team to be able to undertake the work so that TEC will be able to have the information at their next meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, back to you.
Thank you. I'm glad that it'll be at the next TEC meeting, because then I assume from that the extrapolation is that TAC will have some kind of response to this council at our next meeting after the TAC meeting.
I would presume that from that meeting, it would go to whole,
not
or
gonna
then it
assume
would
my
go
issue.
to council. So that's the usual process.
I'm just trying to get,
Yep,
you're asking me
yep.
to refer it. I'm trying to say,
Yep.
why am I getting it back?
Yep, that's when you would get it back.
So the earliest would be January,
No, December.
late December? Okay.
Yeah, I believe
Fine.
we have a meeting in December, do we not? We do, on the 17th of December.
So to go to TAC at their next meeting, we'll get a response, which will go to the next, what, committee of the whole meeting?
It'll go to, does it go to committee a whole first and then to, yeah. It'll go directly to council, I'm hearing.
And that is on the 17th?
December 17th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Crawford, you had requested, you asked for, okay. So this is a recorded vote on the referral. Councilor Kerr, on the referral.
Thank you, Chair Carter. Just to get this clear in my head at this point in
Sure.
time. Councillor Chapman wants to direct staff to do this now. And if they do, their report would come to TEC on December the 17th. If we refer it to staff to come back on the 17th, is that tantamount to the same thing? That's what I'm trying to get settled.
Let me, no. So what it's gonna do is, Mr. Holmes has said, they'll do the pre-work now, so that TEC will have something in their hand on December the 1st, I believe, is their meeting. Is that 3rd? Sorry. And that from that discussion at TEC, based upon the information that Mr. Holmes and his team has provided TEC, it will go to council on December the 17th for council to deal with.
Okay, so what I'm saying is are these one and the same thing? Because if Councillor Chapman says direct staff to do it, to bring it to that meeting, the referral is it that essentially saying the same thing, or does it delay the process?
No, it's referring it to TEC first to be able to kind of undertake it and have that conversation.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Chapman, I believe you've already spoken to that, to the referral.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear with Councillor Curtis. If the work is done and it goes
Yeah.
there, then it's coming back to council for a final
Yes,
decision.
that's correct.
Whether they recommend it
Yeah,
yes or no.
Yeah. Okay, on the referral, recorded vote is being called, Mr. Clerk, by Councilor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the referral is starting now.
Referral moves forward. Thank you. So that item's been dealt with. There's no unfinished business. Announcements. Let's get in the queue. So, Councillor Nicholson, I saw you this time because I saw you.
Yeah, but you didn't see that I was asking, when I asked a question under unfinished business, not under announcements. You missed me when I put it up. That's okay.
Included in your announcement.
Well, my question is to either the treasurer or the CEO. I received notice, as everybody did, that we're going to have a joint meeting at COW to do both the budget and the water and sewer tax. My question is, in the past, these were separate meetings. Why are we not dealing with them separately so we can have a fulsome debate on both items rather than cramming them all into one meeting?
Madam CAO?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. This is the same process we followed last year when we revised the budget process, and I believe Council did approve the budget schedule for the year. It's critical to us that we have both budgets approved by the end of the year. It expedites their implementation, ensures that we can get all the capital projects we need to in the ground, but there's no change from what happened
All right.
for the 2025 budget.
All right.
Councillor?
The next part I wanted to raise, and I think is probably the more crucial question I have to ask. It's my understanding that the documentation regarding both the budget and the water and sewer tax will in fact be released publicly on the 5th of December. Is that correct?
Madam CAO?
I believe it's the 4th of
Fourth?
December.
That means we're going to be debating it 1 week after it's released. It's a $1 billion budget. Is there a reason why we can't get that document sooner so we can have a better chance to review it?
We will get the documents out to council as soon as they are ready, but with our critical path right now and the amount of work that still requires to be done, it's looking like December 4th, which will give you the full week. And of
Okay.
course, during that week, staff are available should you want a consultation or have any specific questions.
Well, and I appreciate that. My concern is a week is hardly enough time for members of council to do their due diligence on a budget that includes both the regular operating budget and capital and the water and sewer tax, all within 7 days. And we're releasing it to the public where they're going to have comments as well, and they'll be under the same time pressure. So I'm just wondering, have we established this as the norm, that we're only going to, elected members of council, we're going to get 7 days to review a $1 billion budget?
Madam CAO?
As I said, we endeavor to get these reports out to you as soon as we can. Every year we manage it a little bit earlier, but there is a tremendous amount of work involved in rolling up the budgets and developing the various scenarios that council asked us to develop. So we think at this point in time, the 4th of December is likely the best
right.
timing. Now, we did do public consultation. There has been an online survey, and we did a town hall, which I believe had over 12,000 participants.
Councillor?
Was any consideration given to taking the budget decision meeting directly to council and not to Cal? So therefore, we would have 3 weeks in which to review the budget and to prepare our questions and our concerns and address them to our staff, rather than having basically 5 working days to do it. Was there any
Madam CAO?
consideration to have a 1 meeting process as opposed to a 2 meeting process?
No, we did not consider that scenario. However, as you know, the budget will go from committee of the whole to council. So if additional issues come up in the 2 weeks between them, they can be raised at council. In addition, committee of the whole will allow us to have delegations from members of the public that want to delegate on any component of either budget.
All right, the last question is, there is a target that has been established for the overall operating budget of the region, but we've not seen any numbers potentially that we're looking at for the water and sewer tax. Are you able to provide us with any projection as to what the potential risk and rate increase is for the water and sewer tax?
Madam CAO?
I'm not able to do that at this time. We're still working through it, but we're doing our best to keep it as low as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Going to go to announcements now. Going to Mayor Foster. Mayor Foster, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So I have 2 announcements to make. The first announcement, so we do not lose the opportunity, is to express how happy we are to see Chair Henry,
Yes.
even virtually. And the second announcement, sir, relates directly to you, how thankful we are for you stepping up when you needed to step up and the amazing job you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Councillor Shahid?
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm absolutely happy about your leadership and the style of it. So I've learned a lot. Thank you so much, Acting Chair. Second, December 6th is our Santa Claus parade in the morning. We would love all of you to join us and cheer for the Santa. And secondly, on December 14th, I have my toy and food drive. All the proceeds go to Whitby Specialty Food Bank that serves a lot of people within Durham region. But the added advantage is ice cream or hot chocolate is on me. So if any of you are bringing a toy or both, mix it up, it doesn't matter to me. Ice cream or hot chocolate is on me. If you bring a toy, can of non-perishable food, or a used or unused winter clothing. So I would really appreciate that. I hope to see you all. I will take attendance.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy?
Lisa, and I'll leave it right there.
Casey, Councillor Leahy? Councillor Leahy? Councillor Leahy? Councillor
No, I'm
Leahy?
good. I just can't. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So no, I didn't have an announcement. It was on the
Okay.
previous item. It's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Neal, announcement.
Yeah, I'm celebrating my 25 years on regional council, November 13th. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know where the 25 years went, but when I first came on, Mr. Interim Chair, Councilor Maurice Brenner was here and some staff, yeah. I don't want to do this to, put them in the same age bracket as I'm in, but in the clerk's department, Cheryl was here, and also Mary Simpson. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, well, I'll pick on Cheryl Bendel because she was here and she followed us all around. As Maurice used to remember, we used to go for health and social services all over the region. So, like having said that, I know you were probably wondering why I was wearing my special tie today, but that's why. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. And going forward, I hope the region gets those population signs up for my 25th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on 25 years. We greatly appreciate it. Council Mayor Pietri, announcement, please. Here, just a sec. Let me turn your mic on. There you go.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Mayor Foster in respect to Chair Henry and obviously in respect to you and your efforts leading council in this period. Today, there's a little bit of an announcement because someone's being shy, and that's Councillor Chapman. He was the former commanding officer of the Ontario Regiment. In 2016, the Minister of National Defence appointed Bob as the regiment's honorary lieutenant colonel, and then in 2019 promoted him to honorary colonel. And from my understanding, today is the last day that he serves in that position, but is still going to be recognized with that respect. So as a council member and as a community member, I think it's important to recognize, whether I got the date right or not, that Colonel Chapman has done a great job in serving in that capacity. So compliments to Colonel Chapman. I do want to also, because I know Colonel Chapman's going to say something now, I know for sure. I do want to make folks aware of a very important event that it's not an event, it's a summit. It's something of very significant magnitude, and it exemplifies the level that the City of Oshawa has been elevating to, and that is our City Building Summit occurring tomorrow in the hangar at the YYO, Oshawa Airport, and the summit is titled Grow with our keynote speaker. Obviously, you're opening the event. I know that I, as chair, will close it, but our keynote speaker, being Flavio Volpe, is of national and international significance, and we're looking forward to that summit. It really signifies and exemplifies the City of Oshawa as a proper city. So thank you for that opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor Pietri. Councillor Chapman.
I just thought I'd bring some clarity to that. So I have been involved with the military for 55 years, but only 47 of those was I allowed to wear a uniform because I took a break when I retired as a colonel in 2007 until the minister appointed me in 2016. So today is the last day that I can wear a uniform. You told me I should have worn it today, but I didn't. Yeah. And this afternoon, I have to go in and turn all my stuff in and turn my ID card in and all that sort of stuff. So
will they be crying?
Doesn't mean I won't be involved with the military anymore. It just means I can't wear the uniform anymore.
Will there be any crying?
That was done in 2007 when it took 5 days.
Councillor Neal, you've already made an announcement.
I forgot to mention something. I sat beside Dr. Kyle when I first started.
Oh.
So I don't know what happened, Dr. Kyle, how he ended up way over there, but I forgot to mention that.
And he had a head of hair like Mr. Hunt. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the announcements, just from the chair. A couple things. One is Friday night, of course, the Fire Wolves are in Oshawa, and we're quite excited about that. My understanding is it's sold out. So that's great. So thank you very much. I want to take the opportunity to be able to say thank you to members of council for the opportunity to chair these meetings over the last 2 months. I want to say a special thank you to Chair Henry for giving me the opportunity to fill in while he recovers, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you to the staff. The staff have been incredible to work with and helped me through the process. And members of council, I can't thank you enough for giving me the opportunity to be able to chair these meetings. It's quite an honor to be able to serve with you, but also to take on this role and responsibility. It's been wonderful. The next chair, while Chair Henry is recovering, is Chair Ash, and he will be front and center here, and I know that he'll be as tough as nails, so that's the way it is. He's got to get a haircut. Mayor Ash. Mayor Ash. Mayor,
Chair.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor to introduce the bylaws today. It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Brenner. That bylaws number 2025-045 to 2025-048 inclusive be passed.
It's been moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that moves forward. Mayor Ash? No, not yet. Confirming bylaw, please.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Brenner, that bylaw number 2025-049 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on 26th day of November 2025 be passed.
It's been moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none. All in favor? Good. Now, can I have a motion for adjournment? Councillor Shaheen, seconded by Councillor Wu. Any opposition? Being none, everybody have a great day.